Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be doing something that I have never done before. Well, not in its full extent anyway. So what we'll be doing today is that we will be taking a look at MonsterStone and try and fix out some of those bugs that people encountered a couple days ago when I was showing the game off to everyone. And I'm still trying to gather some information in regards to preferences and overall, like, whether or not you like or don't like the game concept itself. So if you've got the time, do feel free to fill out this survey here, which might be a little bit heavy to front load that to you guys, but it is there. I set up a bot to remind everyone that I'm still doing that. But anyways, let's dive into MonsterStone's development, shall we? Unity just happened to finish loading just as I was making the intro. So let's dive on in, shall we? Oh, that's not the one. That's the actual game itself, Dragon. Where's the freaking... There it is. So for now, at least, I'm going to try and run with this overlay, which might be a little bit confusing right now. You're just seeing, like, in the upper left corner or whatever, you see the Streamlabs OBS overlay, but suffice it to say that this is where the game itself is going to be at, because I'm using two monitors and to try and show you everything that I am working and doing. This is as good as it currently gets. Now, first off, there were some issues that I did notice in regards to this level, which I did mention on another day, so let's just start right away and take a look at this. There's some weird stuff going on regarding in regards to the material. Okay, well, let's see what's going on here. I think I know why. Let's see, because it's supposed to be this material here, as you can see. But why is it that it's not using this one? So when I was reopening and getting everything that was version control related, like Git and such, working, I had to re-import everything. So that means all the models were re-imported, and maybe that's where the issue lies. Shoot, do I even have Blender installed now that I think about it? Oh, okay, I do. Good. Had to reform a computer, my system drive not too long ago, but it does seem like I've got it working at least. Okay, it's been a very long time since I've navigated all this, so pardon me if I need to retrain myself. So this is the mesh for that cliff stuff that you see in the other editor in Unity. Oh wow, yeah, right, and that's true. The UI was changed and I haven't quite acquainted myself. Let's see. So this is probably the reason why when I re-imported the 3D model, it probably just reverted back to the default material that they all have. Okay. Let me just confirm something first before I do anything. So let's see here. Those are the models. Streaming assets. Right. Let's try and pick another level. I think the swamp is gonna have some different types of terrain as well. Okay, but that one's material looks correct. Oh, wait, no. No? Nah. No, that doesn't make any sense, Dragon. Let's see here. Yeah, so this one uses the swamp terrain. Okay. And the mesh is located in the same folder, so when I re-imported everything, it also re-imported that one. But the material and the level itself seems to be okay. Strange. Okay. Well, it could just be that that one tundra level is a fluke, though. Let's try and find the other ones again. Where was it? Lava. Let's try and take the lava level. Oh, it's already here. Then it's probably fine. Yeah, it's fine. Cliffs here do have the right material. Okay, so it's just the snow level for some reason. That wasn't even an issue in the compiled version of the demo, so not exactly sure why this particular terrain decided to revert back to the material default. But let's just do this, I guess. Could there be a reason for it? Because it's there now. This is fine. So after all, that information should be stored in the actual level itself. Strange. Okay, well, that's one thing fixed. I also need to do a little bit of cleaning up, because I have this hierarchy here that I don't... Yeah, test interactables. We should probably just hide that for now. Oh, there's a bunch of test interactables. Yeah, I get a little bit messy when I'm experimenting with things. Since I don't want to destroy all my work here, let's see, testing. Hierarchy or something. Test hierarchy, that works. Hey, Kata. Warcraft free, fancy. It's not Warcraft free. It's not Warcraft free. This is my own game, Kata. Let's just make sure to zero this. Looks like it is. You're not the first one to say that, and it's not coincidental either, so... Okay, let me just try and grasp what all these things are. These are all these puzzle test interactables. So I think I can just take all of this and drag it into that hierarchy. That should be fine. Yes. Okay. Should clean that up nicely. Without destroying it, that is. Know why? Why it's like, looks like Warcraft 3? I mean, there are a couple reasons why. First of all, the trees are heavily inspired by the art style of Warcraft 3, like these particular ones. This was also the very first model for the trees that I made anyway, just to see what it would look like. But it's also very, you know, the terrain is also very blocky, similar to Warcraft 3. But it also is a bit more diversely capable, I guess. A giant yellow question mark is making, no doubt, too easy to notice. Oh, this one. Yeah, I guess that's also true. Those were also slightly inspired by Warcraft 3. Though my implementation of them, of course, is a little bit different. But yeah, you're right. It's heavily inspired by it. I mean, it's also sort of like the water is inspired by Wind Waker, and the graphical fidelity of everything is also just like sort of in line with what you'd expect from Warcraft 3, but then again, something more. Like this bridge, you should probably also feel like this is almost like a Warcraft 3 bridge. It's just like such a good good model. It's not too hard to make either. What can I say? Alright, so what's up next? I think we want to take a look at the UI for some of the buildings. You would even say it's +1 to the total number only for inspired in a good way. Thanks. Because I didn't want to, like, it is my own drawing style, so there's that. Which, you know, you cannot, it's really hard to copy someone else's drawing style. And we'll need a specific level for this. Let's see. Desert, forest, forest. Should be one named there. Cave. Oh, it is already here. Okay, I just didn't see it. There we go. So, right. 2 years is a bloody long time trying to remember how you made everything. So let's see here. So when this is my quest manager. You can input all the text for it, like establish a forge. Even though it builds a smithy, so I should actually change this to a smithy. Might as well do that now. Could build a smithy here. And then it'll generate this processing building, which is a prefab. So this is the smithy. Like, it's even named that in this, in the yeah, in the project folder. Can I not oh right, that's because, yeah, okay, I remember now. This is like not the actual building itself. Okay, that's like its name, its texture, and then what it can produce. Okay, so yeah, processing building scriptable object. That's true, they're scriptable objects. How does this work again? Because it's also like, let's see here. So entry requirement, blah blah blah. Reward. There, okay. Element processing building. I seem to remember how this works now. Okay, yeah. So you have a, I've made it so you have a scriptable object which contains like the name of the thing, the icon of the thing, and then what you can process with it, which themselves are scriptable objects. So that way it's like, oh, this is a processing building, which is a generic template thing for it. Right. So it basically generates this building at that location, and then it sets it up with whatever things it get instructed to. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so right now it's not a processing building. Okay. I wonder if I can get away with this. Nah, okay, let's take the safe approach. Let's unload this for now. Try and see what happens runtime. Because it's the UI that messes up after all, so... Since I can't remember where the UI is, but I know that the first level that you get to is that cave, I can probably just test the game and get it that way. So new game. And this is why I do 2 monitors. Because then I can like look around the inspector in the meanwhile. And we've got a bit of cheats up our sleeve, so we should be able to like say, yes, next level. Whoop. There we go. So that just means that we need to complete this quest, which should be fairly easy to do. That's also like one of the reasons why these auto harvesters are just available to you from the beginning, is because I also use them to test stuff. There we go. So let's see here. Yeah, okay, so I can actually already see now that the UI is like buggy because it goes over the edge like that. Okay, well, let's try and fix this then, because that's like a game-breaking bug. It's interesting though that it doesn't seem to really mess around a lot in runtime. It's like hard to explain. Okay. Isn't this UI up in the left corner here also doing weird stuff? This forces a certain aspect ratio to the game. Because the text seems like really close to the outer edge, but that might just be... I can't even remember. I think in the current demo of the game, isn't the number on the left hand side? I'm pretty sure it is. I must have changed it so it's on the right hand side for some reason, but there's like no margin there, so it's just right up against the edge. Okay, might want to fix that or change it at least. Oddly enough, the aspect ratio doesn't seem to change anything. Alright. Well, let's see. Because this is in the inspector, you can, like, the UI and the actual game world stuff is all in the same place. Oh, we're actually behind the UI. It's maybe a little bit easier if we look at it this way. Because then I can try and find the, what do you call it, the GUI a little bit easier, the elements that I need. So here's the processing menu UI, okay. So this is where it's going to be really tricky. These elements are created dynamically, which is why it's a little bit difficult to try and test it outside of runtime, especially when you can't remember how the heck it works. Because as you can tell, there's a lot of variables and stuff regarding these. But like, if I duplicate these clones, it should just extend the menu, so we can use this as a testing grounds. So all I need to do is like mess around with this until I figure out what's going on. Inventory BG. Scroll rect. I think this is the... Yeah, this is the thing that contains all the other stuff. But this, I believe, would be the object that actually scales everything. Yeah, you can even see like the UI is like beyond everything else here. Well, it seems like the background stuff is actually scaled appropriately. And this container here, is that something I can move? No. Okay, what if I say 20? Okay. So this is the container for all these crafting options here. And this has a vertical layout group, which controls the child size and width and then height. Okay. And then these here should have a... Yeah, they have a layout element. So they have a minimum width and a minimum height. Oh. Maybe that is the issue. Maybe it's because it has a minimum width that it gets like force expanded outside of the box. So that depending on your screen resolution, there's like less pixels to work with. And as a result, it sort of like goes underneath the UI maybe. Good question. Because you can say a preferred height. What if you say flexible width? Nope, doesn't do anything. Oh, right. Yeah, it also has its own layout. Oh, right. I know why it has its own horizontal layout group. It's because it's got all these elements inside. That could also be the cause of it. Because they are like fixed sizes or something. So say this has a preferred size of 332, okay? Because if I reduce this... Yeah, okay, so that's not the cause. Because the actual thing that contains all the other small stuff is actually like... Doesn't get scaled, okay. Now I'm a little bit lost on this. So maybe if we try and like rationalize, okay, what the fuck is actually going on here? Because we just want these processing elements to stick within that UI. So we shouldn't have to mess with the horizontal layout group, I assume. That just leaves this layout element here. Okay. So flexible width. Yeah, it's a value that I believe goes to between, yeah, it's like it can either be 1 or 0. Just like whether it's flexible or not. So I guess flexible width is what you want. But it doesn't really do anything here. Only when I manipulate the margins on the other object. Okay. Control child with force expand, maybe? No. Control the child scale. Just do 1 for now, I guess. Well, maybe it is these things. Because they have a preferred minimum width. So it's like, if they don't get... Yeah, so because they probably have a preferred width or whatever, and they're not flexible, maybe they don't get like squished down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's definitely not scale. That would also be weird. What am I forgetting here? Because it says that this layout group, which contains those crafting options, should be able to control the width of the child size, and the child should be this object here. And that's also like pretty apparent by the fact that it says that 600 and width and 660 height up there, which was what it was set to here if I set it to preferred. But where do these numbers come from? Oh wait, what? Okay. Okay, so now, okay, so I can manipulate this, but why does it go out of bounds is the question. Because if I can change this and it still goes out of bounds, then it's something else. Then it's what's inside the container that isn't. But how would I address that? Yes, they all have a preferred minimum size. They aren't flexible on their width. So what if we set all of these to be flexible on width stuff? They'll like try and be a minimum size that I define, but otherwise they'll just stretch out to fill out the rest. It's also like they don't fit vertically wise. There's not enough space for them. It's almost like they're too big. But why would they be that? Or like that? So this one is 60 tall. But even if I extend the size of the freaking thing, why is the background image not following suit? It's got a panning of 4, okay. But it's also got a panning of 10 here. Okay. If I change this all to... Oh, I need spacing of 10, I think. Yeah. Because that's like how much space there is between these objects. Actually, let's just try and set that to 0 for now. This is going to get a little bit confusing to look at, but you know. So if I set all these... Yeah, the reason why it's 4, I think, is because this edge or this border or whatever is like 4 pixels wide. So if you put a padding of 4 pixels, then it fits just perfectly within basically how it's designed anyway. Then we have this bad boy, which has a layout element but no preferences. Okay. I know we're in play mode, so I need to be like taking notes on all this. But if I reduce the preferred width, it just scales the box around it proportionally. Why is that? Because at this rate, it doesn't seem like it matters if I manipulate these inner objects here. They're just gonna like stretch out to the full size of the thing. And this should just be the padding for the objects inside of this. Okay. This is definitely annoying. Yeah, so if I scale this, that just scales like the inner thing here, and then it stretches the thing around it to be like... yeah, this thing. So this is like the actual box with the gold rim on outside of it. But why the hell does it... just make sure that is actually the case. Yeah, it is. Okay. Then why is the thing here? Is this... alignment is upper center. I don't know if that's gonna have anything to do with it. Might be this content size fitter. So it does say parent has a type of layer group component. The child of a layer group should not have a content size fitter component since it should be driven by the layout group. What if we disable this? Nothing, it seems. What if we remove that component entirely? Still nothing. What happens if we disable all of these? Okay, that's interesting. So if I do that, then it scales appropriately. Then maybe it is one of those things, huh? Well, maybe if we get the surrounding box itself working, then we can take a look at all the things it contains and try and get those fixed. So this doesn't do anything. This also doesn't scale it. Okay. This is the scroll rect. Hmm. Why is this UI being so finicky? The processing inventory BG, that is the actual thing that has the background image in it. Okay. I see. So it has a layout element, but that doesn't do anything to it because it's not inside a layout group. Got it. Does it even... Would that even be a good idea? So if I have a vertical layout group on the scroll rect, which is then like, it's like that menu that you scroll up and down. If I do that, then I should be able to say like, all right, I might have to set this up. Yeah, so don't force expand the height. I can tell it to like force expand the width. So like this is also me trying to relearn how the fuck this UI shit works. Okay, there we go. So why is it in upper center but it's scaling like from the upper left? I think it's because, oh, this here, there, upper center for the layout group. Doesn't really matter, I don't think, but let's just do that for now. Okay. So, okay. So now I can like tell it, oh, it needs to have a minimum preferred width or whatever. But I can just not set that. So if I go into its parent and I need to tell it to force expand to the width, then that should take care of that at least. Then it should only be inside this box here. So if for some reason the entire UI scales, then at least it should stay within the bounds for that one. So that is one thing taken care of. Now I can tell it to have a minimum preferred height as well. But I don't know if that's something I should do. Because the thing is, I want this to be scaled based off of the amount of stuff that's in it. So right now, if I add more things, they get like, it's the opposite way around. Hmm. Well, if I set it to flexible width, then it just like scales it completely to the entire thing. Hmm. Right, okay. So right now, if I scale this inventory container here, it scales the background with it. Uh-huh. And this one needs to be dependent on the amount of stuff that's inside it. Because if I were to add more stuff to it, they'll get squished. But then as soon as I expand it by a certain amount, they like get their intended size, I guess. But I can't just set flexible height on because then it extends all the way down, which I don't want. Hmm. Layout element, preferred height. What instead of preferred height, we set a minimum height? Let's just set it to 50 or whatever for now. So if I duplicate this, okay, we're getting somewhere. So now, because it's a forced height, like a minimum height, every time I add an object, it scales everything to fit more of those objects because they basically cannot be smaller than this. And then we just set flexible width onto this, I supposed. Well, I assumed that I just did that. What if I said no padding? Okay, why does it go all the way to the edge now? God damn it. It's also off center? Or what is going on? Oh no. Wait a minute. I think it is centered, and that's a problem. It has to be off center. Otherwise it doesn't look right. Okay. That might be why I went with upper left as the child alignment thing. Yeah, so now it's like inside the thing. The container itself. And I want these templates to scale according to the size of that inventory container, right? It's a little bit hard to see when there's no... maybe that's why I have this image here. Nope. It's a little bit hard to see when like invisible. Oh, there we go. Just give it like a temporary color. There we go. Now I can actually see that box. Okay, so that's like the box that is currently invisible, but once there's like an object or whatever you want to call it inside it, then it should... God damn it. Yeah, it's like stretches across the whole thing. I think you get the point. I think I am noticing though, if the higher I set the minimum height to of these boxes, the bigger the offset also becomes. This is really messy to get fucking working, I guess. Changing the spacing. I can at least fix the distance between the two, so that needs to be 4. Can just set, we could set it something higher, but I think that's fine for now. Yeah, setting this, like right now I would want it to be 527. If I set it to flexible width though, it gets set to 620. Why does it get set to 620? child control size and height. There's no force expansion of them. It's like as soon as I tell it to have like a flexible width, it just goes off screen. But why? Why does it do that? It's a bit hard to see when the thing is being like cut off. See what's actually going on. What if we take this scroll rect? Oh, it still gets cut off. Okay, I guess I just don't get to see that then. Oh my goodness. Got no padding. And if I set you to this, it's like off screen. By a really large amount even by the looks of things. Wow. It's not just by a couple of pixels, it's like this this much. I guess if I have it like this, I can actually see what's going on. This just moves it to the padding, I suppose, but because it needs to match up with that red box. Is it because of the... No, it shouldn't be because of the contents, because the contents shouldn't scale it as long as they're disabled. Like, I don't have any minimum width either, nor a preferable one. So it's just because it's being expanded to the full width and then some. But why then some? If I tell the layout group that it's inside of to force expand the children, they also expand beyond that, right? So what's going on? Is it because of the scale here? Oh, wow. Is it seriously just that? Hold the phone. I mean, wow. Wow, okay. Fuck me sideways, I guess. So because the scale of the actual... Oh my god, of the actual rect transform of this UI object was changed. It was missing all the scaling off. Oh wow, then that might mean that the fix for this solution is actually quite easy to do. Oh, I should have selected the... Crap. I should have selected one of those template thingies so that I could find it easily. Yeah, okay, I think I know what to do now. I just need to refine that UI element prefab. What was it called again? Processing something? Maybe I can just find it that way. Processing bar material, element template, prefab acid. There, okay. Might not be that easy though. Because these don't have any scale to them whatsoever, so... The heck? Just need enough to do this quest. So, processing element template. So in here, the scale of these is completely fucked. Could it be because of this content size fitter on the processing inventory BG? If I do that, and let's just for funsies set all this to 1. Okay. I think it might be because of that content size fitter. It does it via scale, maybe? Okay, so that actually doesn't means that it's not in the prefab, but it's inside this UI, I believe. So regardless, let's just try and remove the content size fitter. I remember I've used content size fitter in a similar way in other places, so it might not be the only UI that's affected this way. Oh man. Okay. I think back when I made that, I was dealing with some of the same issues that I'm currently facing, and as a result, it's like I arrived at something that worked, and I think I was using the content size fitter to resolve that issue. And I didn't notice any issues through that, like using that solution. So I probably just assumed that everything was working fine. But apparently everything wasn't just fine. So there's that, I suppose. Let's just see. Nah, it's still. Oh wow! Now the UI is all kinds of messed up. Okay. Well, yeah, this still scales. Why is this still scaled? I'm working on it, Cellfire. I'm working on it. I'm trying to figure out why it's doing this freaking scaling thing. Why is it like scale according to this? When the actual prefab doesn't have a scale. The actual hell. Processing cost, processing element. Can I? Yeah, so if I just drag them in from the actual template, it doesn't do that scaling thing. Why the heck does it do that? Because these should be generated dynamically. Copper. Okay. Should also be able to just steal it from this first level. That's kind of why the chests are there, after all. testing. Because this UI should be equally... Oh, it's because I need pine logs. There we go. Or no, yeah, right. It's not the same UI, it's a different one. This is like so weird though. Why do you get scaled like that? Hmm. Let's try and see here. How does the fucking code for that work again? Yeah, it's probably not in here, is it? Hmm. Processing building. Instantiate processable resources. So we have a list of all the resources it can process. Yeah. And then we get the template. Yeah. And then we instantiate one of these templates. Set its position to this. Its relation to this. And its parent to the processing building thingy. Wait, what? Processing building what? Sorry? Oh. Hold on a second. This is the building in the world and not the UI. So this shouldn't be self. This should be like the processing. Yeah, this should be the UI, not the. Or maybe that's why they get. That doesn't make any sense. How did? Also, you can just make it short and increase the whole thing size. Not exactly sure what you're talking about, Kata. You meant things in UI, metal and coins. Yeah, that's kind of the goal there. And I've found out so far that the UI just gets like a weird ass scale to it. Yeah, they were too long, right? They're going beyond the bounds here. That's like what I'm trying to fix, but other reason why, if I can find it here, is that these things, their scale when they get instantiated, they're like set to 1 point something really high, and that's why they go beyond the bounds of the UI itself. So I need to figure out why that happens and where. Processing building clone. And that's where it gets really weird here, because I think this should be... So this is the element, processing element template, which is that UI element that you see. It's basically like a template of that. So I instantiate a copy of that prefab template, and then I set its values to the correct resources and so forth. But for some reason, I'm setting its parent, which is in the hierarchy here, to self. And self in this case refers to wherever this flow script, the flowchart, is on, which in the case of this flowchart is on the actual building in the world. Which I'm trying to grasp my head around why I'm doing it like that. It's okay, Selfire. This is just visual programming. It's not really, like, it's something that takes getting used to, but it's very useful once you get used to it. I just haven't used this for 2 years, so I need to like relearn how to do things. But I mean, you would need to do that with regular programming anyway. So I instantiate this game object. And then that object, I set a bunch of things. Processing building variables, processing elements, get. Okay, so processing building variables, then processing elements. That'll be these. So they get added to a list. Okay. Oh, I think I remember now. Let me just try something here. Yes, I remember. Ah, maybe that is why it causes issues. You can do something that everyone without big experience can do. Change something and see what happens. In university, they literally tossed you programming on 4 wheels robo. Didn't program a thing in your life for like months. For like a month, you just changed random parts and numbers until you figured what to do. Until you figured what did what, and it started to work. Yeah. So I'm slowly remembering how I built this. So the way that it works is that when we click on the building, we get this UI, right? The Smithy UI, and it has these options in there. Now, this UI only exists once. Like, there's only one of this UI. So in order to have multiple types of different buildings with different processing templates here, I need to be able to move these back and forth between somewhere I can store them temporarily where they don't lose the reference to what building they belong to, and then like into the UI here. And I think that's maybe where it goes wrong. How do I test this? Because let's take a look and see here. This is like the variables on this crafting process itself. Oh, actually, we need something that isn't like a temporary thing. Yeah. So here there's a reference to the actual processing building that it belongs to, That's why I'm setting the hierarchy to itself, because itself is that processing building. So the processing building instantiates all the things that it can craft, the UI elements of it, which contain references to, you know, all the resources and all that jazz. But it's the processing building itself that takes care of the actual UI elements and then just hands them over to the crafting UI, like this UI here, whenever you select that particular building. So whenever you select another building, then those crafting processes get put into the building as like a temporary storage until they are needed again. But because they are set, like their hierarchy is set to the building before this, it might affect the scale of the object, because the scale of an object depends on whichever it is parented to. So if you scale like a parented object and then you unparent that thing, that child, and then the scale of that child is also going to be affected. I think that might be why it's like going out of bounds, at least. Right? Because if I set all these values to 1, which they should be, because you don't want to scale UI this way, then it's at least within the screen. I still need to fix the other parts of this UI, but that's, you know, at least this would make it so that no matter what you do, it should still stick inside the UI. So UI settings wise for these elements, they should be okay, but it's the scale that messes everything up. Okay, well, first let's create a test case so that I can actually like play around with this just to see what happens. Because right now I only have one building in this level, and as a result, I can't test the whole putting them back into another building thing. Right? Yeah. If I take this quest here, I might be able to just duplicate that. Just put it over here. We'll try. I don't know if this breaks anything. I mean, there are some things that won't work that way with it, because there's like references to the different quests for each level, but we'll just see if it works. I almost understand what's happening. It's impressive for you who never seen how games were created at all. I mean, making video games isn't really that difficult once you get started. It's a lot of the stuff that you do is fairly simple. It's the logic on like the steps that you need to go through, and there's a lot of ways that you can implement different things. So it's like some people at university say, like the professors like to say, programming is a creative trade as well as like a natural sciences one, because you need to come up with creative solutions, as they put it, in order to actually solve difficult problems at times. Okay, let's just expand this hierarchy here. Right, that building doesn't even exist yet. Okay. So let's see. Where did it add that building to? Whoa. Slow down, Unity. There. Processing building clones. Here we have our processing building. There you go. Okay, so here we have our processing elements, those UIs thingies. But they have a scale of 1 when they're on this object. Their position is like a little bit of a weird place, but I guess they also have a rotation that's... Why am I inheriting the rotation of the object? That doesn't make... That doesn't need to happen. when you're doing it alone, you have to work for like 6 people if you wouldn't buy things from others. That's true. That's why if you want to do it that way, you need to like start one place, build up the skills in that particular field of study or whatever, and then once you're capable of at least working with it, you need to like jump into the next thing and then take a break from the first one. Because trying to doing it all at once is pretty much impossible. Okay, so we have our processing element here. So if I click on that building, let's get our UI selected as well because it's now in a different hierarchy. Blah, 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 there. So now they're like scaled to really weird proportions for some unknown reason. Currently unknown anyways. I mean, there's always a reason. It's just a matter of figuring out what it is. Just... Okay, so I have 2 buildings. 2 processing buildings now. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it doesn't work as I remember it. Did I change it maybe? Because if I'm looking in the hierarchy here for the actual processing buildings, those UI elements still exist. No, they're different. Oh, right, it's because the UI is closed, maybe? Yeah, okay, so the UI is closed. Yeah, so there's definitely some weird stuff going on there. Yeah, so if I keep it selected, I should really like fucking remove those harvesters there. The thing is they're like constantly creating and destroying UI. Can I like put you up here maybe? Thank you. So I had like things popping up and disappearing in the inspector. There's also something I need to optimize one day, but right now I just need it working. Okay. So let's get a hold on the right one. That's the building. That's interesting. So when they're here right now, they've got like the scale is basically 1, so it shouldn't really matter. Just gets rounded down. But as soon as I move them into the UI here, they become something completely different. If I set this to 1 on this particular one I've got selected, what happens then? Then it gets set to 0.62 in the world. Okay. So that is the reason why. So for some reason, like a scale of 1 on the game object, even though the game object is not like it's the game object itself, like the building they're attached to is a scale of 1. All right. So these buildings, they are not scaled along the X, Y, or Z axis, and I would never do that for these things anyway. If I wanted to have a building like that and scale it, I would probably do it in like some other manner, but it does mean that down here, when they're still attached to the building, their scaling is correct, but as soon as they get put into the UI, the scale gets completely wrecked. Why is that? Hmm. Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. So every time you click on the building, depending on your 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 game resolution, the entire canvas scales down and up in order to match that size. So okay. Good to know. So like right now, it looks like this. So if I empty it and open up, it looks like this. If I then scale this, the UI looks slightly different. So every time you rescale the window and reopen the UI, because it scales the canvas on which all the UI elements are placed, it also messes up those things. Okay. I mean, there is one way to solve that problem, but is it gonna work? It should work, yeah. So if I can just set this, if I just set the scale to 111 whenever I move it across as part of that operation, it should be fine, because as long as you've got the UI open and you rescale it, then it does, like, these objects are going to retain their XYZ 111 scale. It's only the canvas that gets rescaled, and once they leave this UI, it doesn't matter what they get rescaled to if I set them to that 111 scale when they are moved into the UI. That also explains why this particular bug is dependent on your game resolution. That is very peculiar. Okay. Well then. Where do I even do that? I think that must be in my idle clicker. And yes, a lot of these things are gonna be like, I've been using idle clicker or idle game variable names and all that stuff, but you know, it's like Ark, it's called shooter game whenever it crashes, you know? So it would be like pointless to try and change that now. And this thing has, like, this is basically the master controller or whatever you want to call it. This is where most of the things happen from. Bolt is a little bit finicky when it comes to doing programming the traditional way, so pardon me if it's like a bit excessive. There's no way around it at this point. I would probably have built the game a little bit differently if I'd started from scratch now, but at this point it would be so much work to refactor everything that, you know, we're talking about something where I would probably prefer hiring like outside help to work on that and then just do it with regular C# code. Anyways, because this is like the interaction script. So it's like, oh, is your mouse over something? Are you doing other things at the moment? That kind of stuff. So, and then it's like, what are you clicking on? Is it a processing building? This is probably where we want it to. So if it is a processing building, we go into this thing. Okay. Move processable resources. So this should be the one that moves the processing elements. So it goes through a for loop. This is what a for loop looks like in Bolt. So it'll iterate over every single object in this list. The multiplier on the production building is a little bit odd, as it will give you more items, but the timer itself also goes up with it. Yeah, there's a reason for that, Cellfire, which, like, it's first of all, it's work in progress. So here's the conundrum that I've been trying to figure out what to do about. So I could set it so that the crafting time for the object stays the same and you just get more resources. So it basically takes just as long, but you get more resources at a time or whatever. But I might, like, I'm playing with the idea of adding artifacts to the game and upgrades to the processing buildings as a potential thing as well. And if I want to do that, and I want time to be a factor, you should be able to upgrade the crafting speed. But in order for that to work out, there has to be some way of saying, like, okay, at some point, if you upgrade your crafting speed, it just either won't go any lower or it'll start crafting multiple items, which at that point will be the same thing as the multiplier. So one way that I thought about doing this is that, say, okay, so a higher modifier level will mean that the buildings, they can produce more at a time, so their capacity is bigger, but you know, the crafting speed is going to be the same. If you wanted to actually craft faster, you need to upgrade some kind of crafting speed further. So that's kind of what I've been contemplating anyway. So that's why it's currently like increasing the time it takes along with the amount, so it evens out at the moment. So I don't know if that's like where I want to go with in terms of a solution, but it's at least what I've been thinking. So I hope that clears up some of that confusion. So I have thought about it and I know. So if we're going through the active processing building and we're getting all the processing elements of that building and setting their parent, then if we transform set scale set transform.local scale set, is it actually the local scale? Oh right, it's not a transform, it's a rect transform. True. Rect transform. And then we're looking for scale set. Local scale, that's set. Or there. This is probably this hopefully should do the trick. So after setting the parent, then it's already been moved into that hierarchy. So then I just need to take that item. So it's local scale. Okay, so that's something, I hope. Let's see here. No. It says a local scale, but why is it not 1? Now it definitely does set the scale, but why is it not 1? Just double checking. Yeah, all the other UI elements, they're still like, Okay, so well, let's take another look, I guess. So there's only local scale and lossy scale. Global scale of the object read only. Huh. Scale of the transform relative to the component game object's parent. But why does it not get set to 1? Is it because move processable resources? Processing inventory container.get. What is the processing inventory container, I wonder? Because this also takes them... Oh. Maybe that is what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. I think I just did it. Might have done it in the wrong place. Let's try again. Eureka! I did it! Whoopee! So now, whenever these objects get moved to the building, their local scale is set to 1 right after their parent is set. So now, yay! So that works at least now. Now, why is the freaking background image all messed up though? Oh, I know why. That's because I removed the yeah. I know why. Well, that's the next objective then. Trying to figure out how to get the rest of the UI to behave as it should. So that also explains like why this particular UI was acting weird and everything else works as intended. And that's literally just because of that fucking... the way that I'm dealing with it. Alright. So I have inventory BG here, which has a layout element, but has no minimum width or height. Oh, right. That was the thing. And the scroll rec didn't have a layout group. Right? Wasn't that the vertical layout group? Yeah, okay. So that means, well, I don't need to, I can actually fix that. Without, or I have to fix that rather, without being in play mode. So if we, right. That's annoying. I really need to get a better solution to this. Let's remove this fade transition. And the main menu UI. So here we have the processing menu when there's no processing items in there. But we did have these, actually it's in here, right? Yeah, it was in here. Processing element templates. So I should be able to just, there we go. Insert these as like a test object. Then we just delete them once it's done. Now we can actually see what's going on. Okay, first things first, you need a vertical layout group. All right. We'll work on this, I guess. It's also because it's child force expand, I think. Yes. Layout needs to be upper center. Okay. Set those minimum values there. Okay, so now the child should control height and width, which is this object here. What happens if we change any of these values? Okay. So I don't need a minimum height or width at the moment, it seems like. Because if I duplicate this, it just organizes itself even if I remove it. So it basically is stretches itself to fit the contents. That's what we want it to do anyway. Now I just need to figure out the margins or these padding things here. Because I have a theory that there might be a couple layers of this. Yeah, this is where it is. Okay. So this should also make it a little bit cleaner. So if we have a spacing of 0, then they're like this though. So the question is, do we want a space in here of 4 pixels so that they're like separated this way? Or like this? What do you guys think? Or do we just want it to be completely back to back? Because this obviously will make it so that if you have a lot of options, and I need to figure out what to do about that UI, but if I have a lot of options here, then you know they're going to be closer together, so you'll be able to see more. Whereas if we go into this, it was in here, right? Yeah. Of course, the more of a spacing between them, the less we see. It's not really gonna matter that much if I set it to like 4, of course, but yeah, I think it looks better if there is none. So let's just do that. Fixing this problem though is gonna be a real headache because I have no idea how to do that. Oh man. But at least the rest of the UI is working, so you can make your sticks now. Oh, I am noticing one issue. It doesn't go all the way out to the edge. Okay. Why does it not do that? Neat. Yeah, I need to figure out why it doesn't... I mean, I can add negative padding, but that would be bad solution. This is just the padding between that background image and the thing that contains all the UI elements, which also is scaled according to the contents. Oh, maybe that is why. Oh, that is why. So right now, the width of this box depends on the actual processing elements here. So if I'm not mistaken, if I take this processing bar or whatever, and then I scale the width of this, it'll scale the whole thing. So if I set the processing bar here, because that one is scalable, if I set that to a flexible width and like say, oh, it needs a minimum width of maybe like, I don't know, 100 something pixels, 200 pixels as a backup or whatever, shouldn't even be necessary. If I set it to flexible, then that will just make it so that it fills out to the edges automatically. Cool. I do need to make sure to apply these settings though. How do I do that again? Here. Somewhere. Why is it mentioning TextMesh Pro? I didn't make any changes to TextMesh Pro. I had a layout element and changed some things. Because obviously I need it so that all the prefabs, which is like, you know, copyable objects, if you will, like a template, but they are all the same. Okay, so far so good. That still leaves the freaking bar, which goes beyond the UI. I also know why it does, but I don't know how to fix it yet. So let's just take a look, see. So we've got this processing bar here. And it's using a custom shader. So this is Shader Forge, which I'm using to make a custom shaders for the game. And obviously this custom shader is not adhering to the same rules as the rest of the UI elements. So the question is if I can fix it and how. Hey Toto. Fricking shaders. The reason why I'm sighing is because shaders work differently for UI in Unity as opposed to in-world stuff. Oh my goodness. I don't even know where to start. So how does the cutoff thing work again? Can't even remember how that works. Yeah, so there's this mask component here to the processing inventory scroll rect. All right, so this basically uses an invisible like rectangle to define an area, and then only things are only shown within that area. Like they're still capable of, like, game engine wise, they technically just continue onwards, but they just are cold, if you will. Basically, you know, it is called a mask after all. But that doesn't seem to be affecting the shader, so let me just try and Google some things here. Unity, shader, mask for UI? UI mask with shader. Got the stencil and color mask, okay. So I have a feeling that in order for the shader to be compatible with this, I somehow need to like use like a stencil thingy. So even though this is CG as what I'm looking at right now, so this is like CG, which is the programming language used for shaders. So these are basically like your variables, you know. I can still use this to figure out a sense of direction to go with in Shader Forge. Let's just get that. Let's get that. The question is if it even is possible. I mean, it might be. Shader Forge is sort of deprecated at this point, but I mean, it still works. It's not that, but it's like development has ceased, unfortunately, a few years back. And because I've made so much stuff with it, it wasn't feasible to transition into a different tool, basically. So yeah. Oh, hey, Hamp. Making a game. Yes, I am making a game, or at least I'm resuming making a game. Trying to see if I can figure out how to make this shader affected by a mask. Which might be a little bit difficult. Currently just like yeah, exactly. Thank you, Toto. I am trying to basically fix a bunch of the issues that we discovered when playing the current demo of the game. And I've already fixed some minor issues. Or actually, one of them was game breaking. So now Cellfire will be able to craft sticks if I release an updated version of this. At the moment, though, I'm also trying to fix like a UI issue, which isn't really apparent in the game per se, but I still need it fixed. I'm also trying to look into some market analysis and user research in regards to the game. So there's that survey that I really need people to fill out if they have the time. I haven't gotten too many responses yet, so it's a bit of an uphill battle, but you know, I can't do anything but to ask nicely. So oh man. So vector operations, UV operations, geometry data. Geometry data isn't really used in this case, I wouldn't imagine. Neither is lighting. External data, we've got time, view position, screen parameters. Nah. Scene data. Nope. Doesn't seem like I have any options here whatsoever. Also trying to remember how this works. So it wouldn't be math. It's not a texture either. It's not a toggle. Because it's like a reference to an in-world component, like a game component. Because I guess I just made this shader back then. I didn't really test it in detail, so that's why this UI here is going beyond the bounds of the inventory. Stencil buffer. Expose stencil as properties. So if it's exposes properties, that means I can manipulate them in the material settings, I assume. Basically, if I can get this bottom one to not show the thing, then like show up, then I'm good. If I can't, then crap. Don't know what all these stencils are for. Unity shader stencil. What is a stencil? Shader lab stencil, Unity manual. Can use the stencil buffer as a general purpose per pixel mask for saving or discarding pixels. Stencil buffer is usually an 8-bit integer per pixel. Yada yada. Read mask, an 8-bit mask. Comparing. Okay. So this sounds more like yeah, it doesn't sound related to what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think it's like oh wait, something's happening here. Oh, okay. I guess eat shit, dragon. So apparently I was wrong. I've also noticed that like obviously the freaking game doesn't work. I'm not even running it right now, god damn it. But apparently changing that setting should have fixed it, I guess. I mean, it looks about right. So let's try and test it, shall we? So hide that. We need to show the main menu UI. And I've got like this overlay, which is just a fade transition. Without those, that's one of the things that I had to remember, that in order for the game to actually run, those things have to be enabled. And I don't have a failsafe that if I forget to do it myself manually, then there's nothing that does it for me. I don't even know if that's even a thing that I could do. Then I would have to do it in the same place where I'm actually executing those initial things. I digress. Bloop. So, Zelfire, let's see if this stick... Well, I guess it's the smithy for now, but it's basically the same thing if that is actually working. Speedrun. Oh right, I can't freaking test it, can I? Wait, I can test it. I'm like, first thinking, oh, I couldn't because, you know, there's only 2 objects, so obviously they don't go beyond, but I can just like cheat. Hey, look at this. Fucking look at this. And even if I change the aspect ratio of the screen, it should still work. Wait. Crafting recipes for those things are a little bit wonky though, because, you know, they need to be instantiated correctly. But hey, it works. Alright, alright. Progress. Progress is nice. Cool. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, anyone, any of you guys, did any of you guys see what that extra feature that's currently not in the demo? Some of you might have noticed there's like a small bag in the bottom right corner here. Guess I can just show you guys. Get some feedback on that. So this is like a work in progress thing that I completely forgot about. It's an inventory for artifacts. So if I open this chest here, I can acquire these amulet of R and the horn of awesome testing. So the idea was that you can take these and then equip them into these slots there. And then they will give you some kind of percentage modifier to various different things. Basically as an item that you can acquire from these different types of chests, okay? Because right now otherwise it would just be those resources, but I felt like they needed to add something more than just resources to the game. So that's where artifacts come in. And it could also be like a later game resource sink, if you will. What do you guys think of this? Cube of randomness. So they basically have a number, which I don't remember what was, if I had any intention on it. And then they have a rarity, which this is like a legendary, this is an uncommon, this is a rare. And everything is both visualized, like represented in text and color. So even if you're colorblind, you can still make out the quality of an item by looking at it. Its description, that is. Because obviously, you know, if you're colorblind, you might have issues seeing those rarities if that was the only way. And the higher the rarity, the more modifiers they have. We can try and generate some more here. Bloop, bloop, bloop. This is a test item. They also appear down the bottom there, as you can see. So the higher the rarity, the more modifiers. There's also a common one, which I didn't happen to randomly generate, but they only have one modifier. I forgot how much work I put into this. Like that you can just switch them like this and all that stuff. Because I was just like working with the idea of artifacts, but I didn't, like, they're non-functional. It's just the UI parts of it. But I do remember now spending like a few days just working on that, just because it seemed like a cool feature. Oh yeah, here you can also see what I mean about the levels. So like the cave is all the way down here, though in like a slightly unloaded state, if you will. All the resources are still present because they have to. And the base terrain is also still there because it has to. Other than that though, like all the water will not, like anything that's basically GPU intensive gets hidden. So water, lava, and the giant mesh used for the terrain itself, those are all, whoa, not there. And then I'm just like, you know, the auto miners, they're still there. So that's how they can continue mining even though you're not present in that level. And then if I click on this button here, it just moves the position of that terrain to like where you're currently playing at. Don't remember where it puts the other one at the moment. Okay, it's definitely down there somewhere. Oh, right. It's because this level has like it changes the light as well. So there is a skybox. You just can't see it in most cases anyway. That's true. When I go to this level, everything becomes super dark because there's like a black fog. So if I do go straight down now. Okay. Somewhere around down there, there is another level. Just trust me on that. Oh well. Bit hard to see when it's black on black. Oop. Is there anything else that you guys can remember that needed fixing though? Because I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. I think there was one level. Check general chat. Oh wow. Interesting. What did you do, Ham? How did you manage to pull that one off? You clicked the L or S button like twice. Oh. Did you click it like multiple times like this? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Like the reason why is because it loads the what has happened here is that it's loaded the same level multiple times on top of each other. And that means that since each level has its own lighting setup, it's basically loaded a global light multiple times. So that's why it's like super bright. Yeah. Well, I couldn't trigger it here at least, so... Also, I do remember another thing now. Yeah, they don't do the transition thing when they're when they're loaded. Put the speed on this freaking zoom down, god damn. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a moment. Because I guess I can just take a look and see how I'm actually loading the thing. Because there might be like a way to... You'll try to replicate it. Okay. Thank you. Move speed 1, collider bounds, has saved state. Can I wonder if I can just say copy paste this. And then let's load the tutorial level. There was this crystal. So this is now that thing that was instantiated as a copy. So what's the difference? One of these things is not like the other. A scene mismatch, cross scene reference not supported, that's fine. Move target 0. Add you to the bootstrapper for now because you're a test object. Unload scene, do not save. Okay. Because I have a feeling that I need them to actually generate properly in order to see all the values. Since at runtime it does generate some stuff. Yeah, so it generates all this information at runtime. You clicked save once. Okay. Interesting. Could not find file. Also, I managed to disconnect something on my chair. Hold on. God damn it. This is like what keeps this thing up. Jeez. There we go. Ooh, that was backbreaking. Not find file. That is possible. It did for me, and I think the second or third time that I tried launching the game, or wanted to launch the game, Avast just straight up quarantined the exe file for launching it entirely, removing it from the folder. So that is definitely a thing that can happen. That might have been what have happened to Arkham as well, because he also had an instance where the entire save just got wrecked, basically. That one's gonna be tough to try and solve just as is if it's like system specific. Well, I gotta start somewhere. For now, though, I would rather get this thing fixed, but thanks for sharing anyway. I'll try and think about what it could be as well. Box collider. Yeah, otherwise, like, I obviously won't get, like, anywhere if I get distracted and trying to solve everything at once, so... But I guess I am aware that the save system is a little bit weird at times. So what happens if I go and try and destroy this particular thing? Because they're supposed to dive into the ground like that. Okay, so now it works. Interesting. Try and do that. After all, you can just try and re-download the game and see if it runs as intended. Though if your antivirus program claims it's like, oh, it's a dangerous file, it'll tell you when you're trying to launch it, so. Okay, so now these two should be equal, but they're not, right? Of course, the amount of resources left in them are different, but that's okay. Well, the move target seems to be pretty comparable. Which is just like a world position. Okay, well that's peculiar. So if I load the game, oh wow, okay. Oh, could that be why? I think I might have an answer. If we look at the loaded level now, all these Y values are extremely high. Like they're only supposed to be like 3 or something. And yeah, that is probably why. How does it work again? They don't have their own script, do they? No. Does that mean it's an idle clicker? Or is it actually in the script itself? And resource manager. Trying to remember how I'm moving these things when they're destroyed. If in doubt, it's probably always the idle clicker. Might be in somewhere in here. So it's like, is it a harvestable object? Yes. Calculate harvested resource, reducing remaining, update UI. Are there any resources left? If there is nothing left, then it's true. Yeah, just grasp that one. Then we create a destruction particle effect at a target origin and scale relative to its horizontal bounds average. Yeah, so that's why we get like a dust cloud, and the dust cloud always scales according to the object size, so that it's like, doesn't matter if we have like a really large building or a really small shrub or something. They all have like the same destruction effect, and it scales. Spawn secondary resources. That's the thing that spawns those drink things. Run destroy self as a coroutine. Idle resource manager has a thing called destroy self. Okay. So this is actually a case where I might have made it just through script. Let's see. Local position, move target. Yeah, so while its local transform.y is higher than the target that it's aiming for's y position, it'll keep moving towards that direction. And then if it's less or equal to, because it's always downwards, then it should destroy itself. Right. So this is probably not where we need to be looking. There's somewhere else though that I'm thinking might be relevant. Because if we look at an object, like if we take this crystal just for reference, we have the move target here. And if we load this level, let's just delete that. All those values are 0 at the beginning. Oh, okay, maybe I should have closed down Visual Studio. Blah, blah, blah. So at the beginning, it takes its bounds. And then if it does not have a saved state, okay. I see. That explains a couple reasons why it's crap. Yeah. So whenever you load the object, it runs this, and even though I'm checking if it has a saved state, it sets its target, like where it should move towards whenever this object is instantiated. So that means when I load a save, I basically load the entire scene, yeah? And then I remove the hierarchy that has all the trees and everything else in it. And then I repopulate that hierarchy based on save data. And one of those things is that I'm pretty sure, yeah, it initiates, yeah, it starts by creating an object according to its original prefab name, which is stored here, located in this folder. So if I go to that folder right now, let's just see, it should be in streaming assets or resources, I believe. Let's see, prefabs are here. Primary resources, I believe. And this is tier 1 crystals. This is where all the crystals are at. So it basically goes in here and says like, oh, I need to pick this one and instantiate this object at these coordinates that are saved. And then it takes this object that it instantiates and changes the values accordingly. But whenever this object is instantiated, the script on it here will also set its transform position according to its current position. Which means that it's like, if it's like really far away, because it's a level that's further down, because it's a loaded level, then those values also get set accordingly instead of being based on the original ones that were set back when the object was created. So that's why it's not carrying out that effect that it needs to. Oh shit. I might have loaded the tutorial level twice. This is what Ham was experiencing, by the way. This is what happens if you have the same level loaded twice on top of each other. Happens for me too, but that's because I have like to unload these scenes. So I have two scenes. I have the Bootstrapper, which is one scene that includes everything, basically in the entire framework to run the game and load levels and all that. And then from here, like, you can access the main menu and all that jazz. And as soon as you press new game, it generates or loads that scene that the scenes that it needs to. Similarly, that's also how it works when you load the game. It's very much the same code. It seems that it was the Windows 10 anti-malware system that wanted it to be protected, and so the solution was to add it into your exclusion so that the virus scan wouldn't scan the folder containing the game. Yeah, okay. That sucks. There's not really much I can do about that then. Other than if people have that particular issue, to sort of like tell them that it might be their antivirus system. But yeah, there's not really much I can do about that. I know about that issue, which is related to digital certificates, but resolving it is really expensive and doesn't, like, apart from solving that issue, potentially, there's not much else that it does, and it's just really expensive. So it's not high on the priority list at the moment. Right. So let me guess. The objects in this scene behave close to what you'd expect, hopefully. Yes, they behave as you'd expect. Because after all, this level is the primary level, and as such, in world, it's loaded at the default position. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This was also more like a reflection on it. Like, I really want to resolve that issue, but it's like, it's really annoying that I can't do anything about it, because obviously it means that a lot of people might not want to play the game because, you know, they're afraid that it's actually malicious in some cases. So yeah. So if we're looking at these trees here, they have like that really high Y value because it was really far down. How do I resolve this? I mean, interestingly, that might actually be an easy fix then. What is it called again? Transform to the local position? This is why I use bold, because I cannot remember. Let's see here. The move target is equal to this object's transform position. Transform dot position. I think I might be able to use. Is it transform dot? Am I not getting any help here? Wait, what? Oh, I might not have set a Visual Studio up properly because it's not showing me the Unity functions. Which one? Local. I wonder. Set up Visual Studio with for Unity. Configure Unity to use Visual Studio. It already does that. What? What the fuck? Yeah, not helping me out whatsoever. Did have to reinstall a bunch of stuff, so it's not like all necessarily working as intended. So what does it say again when I'm opening it up? Line endings. Yeah, I don't care about line endings. It's not giving me any suggestions. What the hell? That's gonna make it really hard to get back into programming. I'm not, like, the version of Unity I'm running is not the one that they're talking about. They're talking about 2020 version. I'm using a 2019 version. Where that the editor attaching checkbox is selected. Oh, hold on. As if you want to add a Visual Studio that is not listed. Okay. It's possible to select other versions of Visual Studio that are unlisted and installed in custom directory. Select Browse from the drop-down list. Maybe I do need to configure this then. Unity should already be configured to use Visual Studio or Visual Studio for Mac as a script editor. You can confirm this or change the external script editor to a specific version from your Unity editor. Thanks for the lurk there, Toto. Edit preferences. Let's get you out of here. External tools. External script editor. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. This looks different. All CS prosh files. What does that even mean? Unity Visual Studio is not suggesting code Unity. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, I did have Unity in there. Yeah, autocomplete. That's the 2015 version. No auto-completion because the script says miss files instead of the... See if we have something similar going on here. Well, it does say miscellaneous files. Instead of the name of the project. Take a look at the image below that came from the video. Blah, blah, blah. Can happen when you open your Unity C# file from another folder instead of opening from Unity Editor. This can also happen because Unity crashed while Visual Studio is still open, therefore corrupting some files. Can happen because Unity was closed, then reopened, blah blah blah. Visual Studio tools for Unity is not installed. How do I get those? Or make sure whether or not I actually have them. Okay, let me just close down the project for now. Yeah, I can also close down Blender. Yeah, let's see, what do we have in here? Microsoft Visual Studio Community 2019. Documentation. Hmm. Where the heck is this shit? Normally it just works out of the box, but for some reason this time around it does not. Hmm. Because if I just get it off Microsoft's website, assume it's just going to be like an install. But I mean, I already have Visual Studio installed, so the fuck. Hmm. Most times restarting Unity and Visual Studio should fix this. Okay, I guess we'll just try and restart game at least, or Unity. This is Visual Studio 2015 tools. What if I want them for like 2019? I assume that's maybe not a thing. That might be why. Oh, so this is a quick start that tells me about installation, but so it just takes me back to this, huh? Oh, okay, so literally, okay. Right. Interesting. I mean, they weren't lying. Restarting Unity did fix it, apparently. So there's that. Whew, okay. I was getting a little bit anxious. But I am lost. Oh my god. No point of reference. Good. Well, that means that we can get back to what I was actually looking at. Let's get back to these bloody questos. It's also like opened up a lot of shit. Because I was working on like a little concept idea that I quickly abandoned. I remember that. Okay, so we're back. This is what we were looking for, right? So let's try here. Transform the, is it local? No, it's the local position scale. Yeah, transform the local position. I don't need any dots. No, it's just transform the local position. So, and the target's Y position should be its transformed local position dot Y minus its collider dot bounds dot size dot Y. So basically this is just like the y-axis of the size of the bounding box on my main collider, which is a referenced object or component. Okay. Let's see if that completely breaks everything. Because I'm trying to like think if the if using local transform has any issues. Because after all, it is in a hierarchy, so it should be safe to use local transform. Because I want it to be related in relative to like to where in that level they are like being loaded in or generated in rather than anything else. Let's see here. If it actually still works. Okay, that works. Let's try and load the game. Does seem like it should work now as I wanted it to. Yes. Nice. Another bug out the fucking window, seemingly. That was an easy fix. Okay, is there what else can we do? So was that save thing, but that was like outside of my control, so if your save breaks, then it's probably your antivirus system, I guess. Not much that can be done to fix that, I'm afraid. Okay. Is there anything else that we encountered as major issues? Selfire, if you're here, do you remember anything that I haven't covered or addressed? I remember something, but it wasn't really a bug. It was like a visual oversight. Let's see here. Must be Forest 2. Also, remember to unload the other level. There we go. Yeah, here we go. So like this texture has the ability to like move along with the water. But for the ocean here, that texture doesn't seem to move. Or does it? Okay, it does move. It's just really slow. Yeah, okay. Felt it looked a little bit weird when playing it on stream, at least. So let's see here. I can't remember how it's set up. It might actually be that it's just that according to other settings. So they're like, are they? Because I've got these wave direction here, and I've got the speed, which is like really low. But obviously, you know. Spread, height, sharpness, intensity, Gerstner, time multiplier, divide. Nah. I don't seem to notice anything in relation to the texture at least, so I might just have like made it based off of the actual speed of the waves in the shader. So let's see if we can find it. So that one would be the foam textures. This is a shore, this is the foam. We need to look at its UV, as they're called. Which, I haven't looked at this in ages. So pardon me. Time multiplier here, wave speed. So it's very likely that it is just the wave speed then. Yeah, so it's tied to the wave speed. Okay. So that means if I change something here, it's going to change it for all the different levels that uses water. So what if we do an add here? And do a constant and then just set like, I don't know, a random value in. So we feed that in there. Pile the shader. Let's see what happens. Absolutely nothing. What if we take the wave speed directly? That might be why. There we go. So that's what it is. Fucking damn. Need some rapids here. Gotta go fast. Okay. So we can do something here. So if we add in a property, do I want to? Yeah, let's add a slider. Let's set this to I don't know, 5, I guess. So what do we call this? Foam speed modifier, maybe. Put that in there. Then recompile the shader. Actually, what's the, yeah, the default should just be 0. Let's keep it at that. Because then I can modify it to my liking for every level or water type. So if we go out here now, oh right, actually I need to change one more thing. Just want to organize it a little bit. Take this modifier and take it up to foam speed modifier, maybe? It's related to wave speed. Okay, let's try and keep it there. So this just moves it in the inspector so that the variable is somewhere else. So now if I take this and move this value higher, I can speed up or slow down the panning speed of these foam textures. And it's just an offset, so like if I want something like this, which seems more appropriate, then I can do that. Because these waves are like relatively slow moving. They're just high in, like they're just large waves, I guess. For the most part, though, I might not even need to change it. And the way that the material I'm using for these, it's sort of made so that if I wanted to, I could change the surface of this over here to be like an ocean that's going in that direction. I mean, I can do it on everything, really. But that's kind of how I intended it to be used anyway, so that I could say like, oh, okay, I define some basic or some different templates for the water. But in order to make it go in a specific direction, since it's a material setting, I need one for each of these pools of water so that they all like make sense. There are other ways to achieve this effect too, but this is probably the cheapest in terms of what I'm currently working. Like that's the easiest way for me to do it, I guess you can say. 0.2 might even be a little bit too fast to my liking. Mm-hmm. 0.15 maybe. Let's keep it at 0.14. There we go. And then just call it there. Super duper. I think that's as far as I can, like that's as far as I'm remembering in terms of things that needed fixing. So we fixed the crafting UI. We fixed the resources not going properly into the ground. I've also fixed in the lava level, the crystals would reappear as quartz if you loaded the game instead of those red ones, the real Ga. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for now, at least. Cool. So this has been like a little bit of a dive back into the game, of making the game. Yeah, just unload you. I've got a tier 2 level here. I don't remember what it's... Oh, okay. This is just a temp test. I think this is here so that I could... Yeah, okay. Just the level loading. Oh yeah, there was that thing too. The chests were not reappearing. On occasion anyway. But wait a second. Oh, there wasn't no chest down there. There's no chest in here either. Maybe... Did I... What? What? Okay. Oh, right, they are here. Huh. Or they're supposed to be anyway. Trying to think now, because the way these work. Because I basically made my own graphical UI to show them in world, but why is that not showing up? Chest visuals. No, that's not it. Let me see. This is on draw gizmos. Why are they not being drawn then? Oh, that's why. I needed to press the freaking button to enable the gizmos. So this is how, this is like an editing tool, right? So, because obviously I can't show, I don't want to like load in assets and such, so I'm just using like some GUI stuff, shapes to give it an idea, like this is where a chest is gonna spawn, this is how big it's gonna be. And the lines indicate the orientation of said chest. And then if I want to do level design and I don't want to look at ugly UI, I can just turn the gizmos off. Cool, okay. Well, they are there, good. Just double checking. I wouldn't understand why they would have been gone, even if, like, don't understand why that would have happened, so it wouldn't make any sense if they did. That being said, that I still gotta figure out why those chests on occasion weren't respawning. So if we save the game and load, will these chests still be here? Okay, those chests are definitely still there. Alright. So, embark. Save the game. Load. Okay. Well, the chests are definitely still there in this level. Oh, but they are gone in this one. Is there a reason why I made it that way? Because after all, I'm doing it so that if you have quests in a level that you don't complete, then they are forfeited when you go to another the next level over. And maybe my past self made it so that if you load a game, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because these chests are still here. Because obviously, if I open this, if I save now and open the chest and I don't get what I want, I can load and then the chest will be back, right? So I should be able to save the game, open this and be like, oh, it didn't contain anything that I wanted, and then just like load the game. And then the chest should be back, right? Yep. So you can like keep re-rolling the contents, I guess. But then why do it not save the stuff on the first or the other levels? That's that might be something a little bit tricky to figure out. So around here I should have all the save stuff, level progression. Save and load is in here. Saving and loading is done in a very caveman-like way, so pardon me if it's a bit hard to understand what's going on, but it's a very brute force approach, and it could probably be done better, but this is how I'm doing it, so. Ooh. This is a random block there that I don't need at the moment. Oh, right. That's true. I think I was messing around with multiple saves at some point, and I just didn't finish it. Basically like, oh, date time, so that your saves would be date specific, and then they would like save them into folders according to your the date that you saved the game, and then use that to visualize in a load save menu or something. But yeah, get last write time and date time now, and then compare, and then if it's greater than, yeah. So I've definitely been in the works on that. For the demo though, you truly don't really need multiple saves. Like if you want multiple saves, you can just like copy the game and play it in that one. It's not like a massive game, so. Initialize quest list and save list. Yeah, okay, so maybe I should just try and look for what we're actually worried about, and that's the chests. Generate processing, this is all the building stuff and quests. Saving loading scene contents. Saving loading chests. Okay, so that should be in here. So when we save, we follow this line, and then we go through all of this. Find game objects with tag chest. Could it be that they don't have the tag? No, because then why are some of the chests saving and some of them are not? Oh, could it be? Oh, maybe that is why. Or could be why. So let's see here. Okay, so we have a chest. And it's got the chest tag. So that seems all fine. So there's something when I'm loading data, maybe that ends up going wrong. Or could it be? So if I go to... No, that's not it either. I was contemplating if it was because the chest would be like unloaded whenever you're switched to another level, but they're clearly still there. So it's not because the game doesn't have access to it when it's saving it. Because if something is disabled, then it can't find a game object with that tag, I'm pretty sure. Because they're, well, disabled. But since that is not the issue... Then what gives? This is the only issue with Bolt, at least with the version I'm using. Every time you go and click on an object that has a flowchart, it's sort of like reverts you back to the root of whatever it was you were. Anyways. So we're finding the chests through the game objects tag. Then we're taking that item, and then for its position, its local rotation, and so forth, we save all that in a couple of different lists. And this is where it's like a brute force approach. I tried to see if I can figure out how to save this as like a combined object, to say like, oh, save as like this object and add it to a list, and then insert all the different item values through like a get thing, and then insert them all at once instead of doing it in individual lists like I am currently doing. This works though. I mean, it's not like it doesn't work, so it just adds more files, but the file size should probably even out to be the same in the end. It's not really like big files to begin with, so there's also a replace string here. I'm replacing the clone string with nothing to remove the clone tag or thingy. Why am I doing that? Oh right, because I need the chest's original prefab name. Okay. Because that is important. I'm using their names to differentiate the different types of chests from different types of biomes and such. That way I can have like one chest that generates its different rarities, but also what do you call it? Has like specific loot to specific types of levels. So if I wanted to, I could make like a very specific mission that rewards you a chest that gives you very specific items. It's flexible like that, at least. Even though it adds a lot of overhead trying to figure out the origins of things and such. And then I just save all this data into like a bunch of lists. And then that's it for saving it anyway. So when we're loading, that's when it goes wrong for some reason. Loaded chest prefab name. Yeah. So I basically have a list of X amount of items. Let's say for fun's sake, there's like 6 chests in here, each with their name. I'm using then, like I could use, as far as I remember, any of these, right? because I just need the amount of stuff that I need to go through. But then for each of these chests that exist, I go through, I load that type of item, and then that instantiates a copy of said item, like a game object, and I set all the variables, which is why this is so fucking messy. And that's because I have like all these different lists where all the different types of variables are coming from. So like we're loading the chest transform rotation, its position, its the scene it originates from, like the name of that scene, which is also used. Because that's also where like I use that to set the parent or something, I believe. But then for some reason unless it's something else, the chests just don't seem to appear. What if I go to this? Ah. So the chests, they do load, but they don't load in the correct position. Aha. So like the chests get loaded in, but their offset is all wrong, so they get like thrown into the depths of the abyss way below the level basically. And since they're tied to the level, of course they move around with it, so okay. I should really just have looked that up in the first place, I guess. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose I need to figure out this offset transform here. This is where it goes wrong. Cool thing about these flow charts or whatever, flow graphs, that's what they're called, is that you can edit the code while the game is running and you can see it if it works or not, assuming as you don't like trigger some kind of critical error, of course. If I go into one of the other things here, because obviously all the resources, they are being positioned properly. So maybe I can... Yeah, this is all really messy. Right, I use the save slot and I multiply that. So like I can say, oh, okay, this code might be working or is seemingly working. Go in here, copy paste that in, and then compare it to the other stuff up here to see if there's any major differences that I need to take account for. I haven't even changed the description up here for these. Instantiate resources without offset. And then I guess this one down here is with offset. So this is their position. Right, yeah, because I need to add like a Y offset position. Mm-hmm. And this gets set dynamically based on the level. So there's basically a value for each of the levels. Save slot, rather. And that save slot value determines their Y offset in the world. So when I'm setting these positions for these objects, that's how that works basically. So I'm just referencing that, and then I should know at least what the offset should be. But apparently that's not working correctly for these chests, for whatever reason that may be. Yeah, all of this looks to be pretty much the same. Though I am using the local position here. So this is a local find game objective tags, enemy spawner. This is a prefab, so this is not that thing. Because I have their transform positions stored here. Could it be because I'm saving the world transform instead of the local transform? Well, I'm definitely saving the world transform position instead of the local transform position. There's a local transform position here hooked up, but it's been disconnected. I wonder why that is. Well, let's see if this works then. To test this, we do have to restart the game. Hey, dokie. Now we have our 2 levels. Try and load it. Well, the chests in this level seem to be in the right place at least. And voila. Okay, so it was... that's the second time today I've resolved an issue in the game, literally just changing it from world position to local position. It's crazy how much that can change, huh? Well, cool. Another one bites the dust. Ooh. That feels nice. Well, that leads us back to the same old question. Is there anything else that was broken before that I need to fix? Was there any quests that were completely broken or anything like that? I do also believe that only these chests here spawn those item collectibles. They don't do anything. Yeah, item collectibles here. So like for the demo, I'll just be disabling these. Just as to not confuse people. And then have the UI. The UI. Let me just make sure everything is okay. Unhide everything. There's this bag here. That needs to be hidden. Cool. So now this should be like what the demo is basically currently like, but without the bugs. At least the most notable ones that I've noticed. Well, that's kind of implied when it is noticeable, isn't it? Oh, for fuck's sake. Now it should be. Gotta remember to unload those levels. So if you're curious, if you want to chat, if there's anyone in chat that wants to talk about this, what do you guys think of this kind of stream? Is that something I should do more frequently? I mean, if I would be working on MonsterStone more like full time, you know, I wouldn't have as many hours in the day that I could be working on or doing regular streams of other video games after all, so this would be the alternative as opposed to no streaming for, well, not outright no streaming, but like reduced amount of streams. So I'm kind of curious if anyone has some input on that as well. Or if I should just like hide away in a corner and get the game finished and then come back to you guys once I'm done. Because of course this is a very different, something completely different than playing a video game all day. So I did have that one thing that I don't remember if I fixed originally, because there was this issue of the herbalist. Okay, so that does still happen, specifically with the herbalist. Got it. Is there any... Nah. So pressing that button doesn't trigger any errors anyway. So let me see. You guys, where is it that I store you? Right. Ah, god damn it. Stop creating more game objects to confuse me. Oh, shit. Come on. There we go. So we have my stone harvester and the wood harvester down here. Where are the rest of them? Okay, so they're here. as expected, there's no herbalist. Got it. Okay. So that's probably also got something to do with my save load system then. I seem to recall having fixed this at some point, but because I remember this issue and looking at it, but maybe I never fixed it or something, or maybe that's like something that was lost at some point. Anyway, so saving, loading, harvested resources, no. Upgrades, no. Processing, billings, dialogue. It should be like its own thing, I'm pretty sure. Are we saving? Are we loading? Disable the UI, save game, data path. Do we have a save file? And all of this is like initiating the lists needed to save all the data, because that's just how Unity works. You got to do that, which is a little bit more annoying to do when it's visual programming. Saving, loading, harvested resources. Where the hell? Enemies, chests, quests, end level, leave level, processing buildings, generate buildings, saving, loading, dialogue, buildings, move buildings around, game progress, wrap up, saving, loading. Is it scene contents then? I hope it's not in here, because this is like really cluttered, but it could be. Yeah, this is the terrain where all the terrain plate stuff is handled, which was a pain in the ass to get working. I remember that much. Disable hierarchies for completed levels. Enemy spawners. New. Because before I basically delete the levels in favor of being able to load the stuff that's in the save data, I obviously need to move the harvesters out of the hierarchies that are being deleted back into the bootstrap scene. Because otherwise, when I delete the levels, for obvious reasons, the harvesters are deleted as well. So if it doesn't happen in here, what about this then? Oh, move all the harvesters. This is what we're looking for. So idle clicker variables, which is this long list on the right. Somewhere there is a list of all the auto harvesters. And then for each of those, I find them and I move them to be parented to the idle clicker itself. That's why they're in here. So having clicked load game and not seeing the herbalist here means that it might be in the saving process that it doesn't get put into the right thing. Or it could be something completely outside of the save system itself. Auto harvesters. Could it be the thing itself? So let's see here. There should be like a... This is start event here. Initialize idle clicker game object. Yeah, so this just... Find idle clicker. Idle clicker game object. Okay. Attached to active scene. Yeah, that's when I spawn it in, when you click the button on the left-hand side down here, I believe. Set position of auto harvester. Yeah, it's all the raycast stuff. Hmm. This is like the whole thing that handles whether or not the auto harvesters are harvesting objects. So they get added to like a list, and then whenever a timer runs out, or if that list is larger than 1, a timer starts, and if the timer is 0, then for each of those objects in said list, it'll try and harvest resources from. So all that shouldn't be necessary for what I'm currently looking for. Well, that's interesting. Because it does seem like the auto harvester, it just attaches itself to a scene. So yeah, I get the active scene, and then I just set its attached scene to that scene. So the active scene is whichever one that you're currently in, which is set somewhere else. And I find the game object with the name of that scene, because each scene basically has a master hierarchy that is the same name as the scene itself. And then it puts itself into there. That's why the wood harvester and stone harvester are in there. So, and then I set the parent. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's on the actual harvesters themselves. That means it must happen on the idle clicker. But where? Because it's something that should only happen once when the game's loaded. Or started or whatever. So this is what initializes the first level, but would it be in here though? Oh, there is some move auto harvesters here as well. This does come up as an error because it's like, parent is not used by this unit and cannot be null. Wait, what? Isn't it just because that's this thing? Not exactly sure what that's all about. I clicker variables auto harvesters. Maybe auto harvesters is just a Oh boy, trying to find that. Oh boy. So I mean, we know it's a list, but it's not like everything gets sorted. It gets sorted according to like how you enter it into the script. It's just called auto harvesters. And if it's a list, it should have like a drop down, I'd imagine. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think this is literally just it. So the reason why it doesn't work is because it's not added to this. I also think I know why. That's not what I wanted. So woodstone. The reason the event system is on top of that. Oh shit. Did I lose track of it now? God damn it.
Submit!
Thanks for that follow there. hope you can keep track of where I am, because I'm not always able to. Doesn't really matter where I add this to the hierarchy, but yeah, I remember. So it could be one of a few things. It could be because it's like zero indexed, like lists like these are zero indexed, meaning that it starts at 0 and then goes 1, 2, 3, etc. So for whatever reason, the list was only 4 in size to begin with. So it's not even because an object was referenced here twice. The other thing that's more likely is that herbs weren't originally supposed to be a thing. So herbs were like added after monsters, fishing, stone, and wood as the archetypes. And as a result, might have explained why it didn't show up. Didn't. So basically, in the current version of the demo, if you never use the herbalist auto harvester, it'll never break. But as soon as you put it into the world, save the game and then load, it will most likely, like as far as I understand it, it breaks. Simply because it gets deleted along the hierarchy it's attached to, and as a result, when you try and load it, there's no auto harvester to move around anymore, because the references are broken. But hey, it works now, so that's also fixed. Not the most important fix in terms of the demo, at least, because I don't believe herbs are really used at all, but all this stuff as well. But I think, is there anything else, anything at all that I can think of that we need to fix for the demo? Oh, right. How do these work again? There. Yes, okay, just as I seem to remember. Do I need to change that, I wonder? So the way these work is that there's basically like a small collider around where that UI element is. But that also means that if there's a tree blocking the way, like this, you can't select it and move it around, so... That might be a little bit confusing. What do you guys think? Because obviously, it's not like it doesn't make sense, but the way that it's made, this UI element will always be on top, so that no matter where you are in the level, you can always, I know you can see the sphere and all, but you know, you can always tell that there's like an auto harvester in that direction for whatever reasons you might have. So if you do have an instance where, I guess it's not really that necessary, but it's just nice knowing where they are, but also like that icon is used to differentiate the different auto harvesters from each other, right? So because the issue is, if I make it so that the collider just becomes the area of influence of this, it means that it'll like constantly be in the way when you're trying to collect things manually, right? So I think it's a trade-off. It's just something you have to get used to. The one way to resolve that issue could be to like add a three-dimensional object around that icon to indicate like this is the control point or something. Could also be done with a particle effect. That is in-world particle effect. Or it could be a three-dimensional object that somehow illustrates that this is like a mining thing, or like an herbalism thing. And then if I wanted to be really fancy, I could make like if you're far enough away from these, then those objects turn into icons or something along the lines of that. I don't know. I mean, this seems like this works, right? You can see what it does, and its area of influence is quite easy to recognize because it's just like a sphere, you know? Three-dimensional objects and all that. I'll have to contemplate that. There's something I want to change on that end. Now there's all these numbers over here. I don't remember if I ever fixed that. Or rather, it's not really so much about fixing, it's more about like revisiting it, I guess. I can try and explain more once we get to the point, because in order to play around with this thing, I need to gain about at least 1,000 resources of one thing. It's where the auto house does really come in handy. That and the upgrades here. So let's see. Okie dokie. I think it's going to be possible to get enough resources in this first level, unfortunately. There's also like a bit of a pacing problem in terms of this tutorial here. We're not pacing, but like whenever you complete one of these additional quests, and chest will spawn on location, but you don't really get shown that a chest spawns, so unless you happen to explore randomly, you won't know. Right? If it's not within frame, you don't see that effect for these quests here. Console also looks clean, so nothing has like produced any errors, which is nice. Love to see that. Get that passive income for copper. Oh shit, I forgot to remove the additional smithy quest here. Damn. I really hope that's not gonna fuck anything up. I should probably fix that. Oh, that's a future dragon's problem. But now, Selfire and everyone else, you should be able to complete this quest as well on this level instead of abandoning it, because you do need those copper ingots, and because the UI was broken in the demo, or is broken in the demo, depending on your resolution. Or actually, it was just, wasn't it just broken period, pretty much? Unless you had like a very specific resolution, like 1080p or something, or 2K. But yeah, that should be working now. One of the things we could make on stream as one of the new features could be an built-in auto clicker. Because I've wanted to put one into the game, but I've just like not had it as a top priority. But I do want to add it as an accessibility feature. Of course, like once all your tools are upgraded, and if you go back and forth between the level modifiers, you most likely won't need it. But still, it's, you know, one of those easy to implement features that's like, why not do it, you know? Grab you. Actually, I don't even need to manually pick these up. I can just let the game do that for me. We could also try and make like a new level for MonsterStone, maybe? Just so that there is some new content for the demo. Just a single one though, because making levels is fun, but again, I'm not in the content creation phase of this development yet. It looks a little bit weird when they're on a ledge like this. This one. Oh yeah, you could get these mushrooms for an additional chest. Oh yeah, campaign stuff. Storyline. I'm still a little bit torn on the focus of, rather, the end game goal for MonsterStone, because right now, like, the resource system is pretty much in place. You need some stuff, more stuff to do with it, like converting them back and forth and completing levels that are actually scaled according to the modifier and such. But beyond that, there's not really much to it at the moment. It's like using it to progress through the levels and then eventually get to higher tiers. Something I do want to do for the upgrades is that right now they just scale linearly, right? So for each time you upgrade woodcutting, it just adds, like, you know, a multiplier to the base value, but it never adds any more resources to the list. So something I've been wanting to do is that once you get to certain thresholds, eventually it starts requiring like higher tier materials even to upgrade the lower tier tools, with higher tier tools requiring upgrades in order to harvest higher tier materials faster. So even if you have like a level 50 T1 upgrade or whatever for woodcutting, if you go to a T2 level, or rather a level that contains T2 wood, your harvesting speed is going to be affected by the T2 upgrade instead of it all being the same thing. So that there's basically more upgrades for you to do as well. And of course, they're going to have a different baseline cost and could also scale differently than the lower tiers. So in other words, progressing through the low tiers is going to be easier as opposed to the higher tier ones. Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. But then as you get to like higher tier levels, it gets more and more difficult to actually make progress, because the way that the tier progression for MonsterStone is intended to work at the moment, I don't think it's completely implemented, but the way it's going to work is that once you reach a certain threshold in terms of your modifiers or something else, I haven't quite made up my mind, you can go to T2 levels instead of T1s. And then being in a T2 level, it should be more difficult to like sustain that modifier until you've got the upgrades that you need. That's kind of what I want to aim for, but I'm not entirely sure on how to actually accomplish that. Because of course, here's the problem. If all the levels use the same modifier value for the amount of resources, and in order to get to a higher tier level, you need a certain modifier, then when you get access to those higher tier levels and you load into them for the first time, there's already going to be a high modifier, meaning that all the resources in those levels are also going to be high in quantity. And if you need like higher tier resource harvesting upgrades in order to harvest them faster, there is a slight problem where you might have a modifier of like 10 or something for a T2 level. So the rocks might have literally thousands of stone in them all of a sudden, but they're tier 2 resources and you haven't maybe gotten any upgrades for tier 2 yet. So you can only harvest one resource at a time. So you'd have to click this rock over 1,000 times to completely remove just that one thing. I don't know if that's an issue or not, because right now it's like, oh, you need a combination of primary resources and secondary resources, as I like to call them. Primary being the ones that, for instance, mushroom logs. You get mushroom logs every time you hit a mushroom, right? But occasionally, if you're lucky, it does spawn those mushroom caps as a secondary resource. And things like these branches needed to upgrade the woodcutting speed can be acquired through various places too, and different means. So it's possible that it could be like a T1 secondary resource, but a T2 primary resource for the T2 upgrades, if you know what I mean. So that you would need the T1, like T1 levels in order to initially, like you can make use of those secondary materials from a T1 level and as like a start, and then, you know, if it's just the primary resources needed for the upgrades, then you don't need to completely harvest like a tree or a rock or whatever to start upgrading your harvesting rate. Maybe. But then like have the costs scale up in a certain way, or as I was mentioning earlier, right? At a certain threshold of upgrades, now you need to have like T2 secondary materials as well as the previous ones. Which if you go at that point and say like, okay, well, then let's just base it around the fact that, okay, in order to go to T2 levels, you need a modifier of 10 as a minimum. So we can anticipate that a player will be at modifier 10 and then set like the upgrade thresholds for the tools accordingly. So say like it's not until you upgrade a tool to level 20 in harvesting that you end up needing secondary resources, or something higher than that, maybe even. Just so that you can get through those earlier upgrades faster in the next tier, basically. So you don't get bogged down by the fact that you need a high modifier in order to traverse those levels to begin with. And then that would work the same for tier 3 again, and tier 4 and 5. And as you go up, it's like, how would you even illustrate that? It would be like a a staircase of progression or something. So that in the beginning, you need only tier 1 materials for the tier 1 tools. At a certain threshold, you need tier 2 materials. At another certain threshold, it might be T3, and then tier 4 and T5, which is the current planned max tier for all the tools and harvesting speeds. And then, considering that there's fishing, monster hunting, herbalism, mining, and woodcutting, you know, there's a lot of different areas to make progress in, so that in order to actually complete the game to a certain state, could be to get the modifier up to a high enough thing and visit the final level or whatever for an infinite mode, or just make it truly infinite, like it's as long as you want it to be, but there's a lot of progression that you can do, similar to an idle game, except it requires you to be active, right? The only thing I've been gaining right now is all this copper. Hey, Loki. So yeah, I don't know. That's at least, like, you know, if you were to pick my brain, that's all the things I've been thinking about. And then to speed certain parts of the game up a little bit and make it more interesting, there's the item systems. And after all, resources are finite and all that stuff. Yes, this is my game. I've been fixing bugs today for the demo, and it's been going pretty well. The next thing I wanted to look at is the notation for these resources, because right now I'm just saying like, oh, once you have 2k or 1k of a resource, it becomes 1k, and then not until it's 2k does it change, or less. Did all this without code? No. No? What do you mean without code? This is code, Loki. Fight me. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. This is still code, though. Blueprints and prefabs? I mean, there's no blueprints in Unity, so I'm not using blueprints. How flexible is this solution type? Let me try and put that in words in a different way. It's easy to work with in the moment, because you can see the code running. And if I want to change anything, I can do it runtime. So if, for instance, you're messing around with some variables and you're not, like, your thing doesn't do what it's supposed to, you can literally insert all the different code blocks and then hook it up and see if it works real time. In the long run, though, it can be a bit hard. Like, now I've had to return to the to develop on MonsterStone, so reacquainting myself with everything is a little bit hard. Also, since I wasn't well versed in Bolt when I started, some of the solutions are a little very questionable, for a couple reasons. So There's basically no functions in Bolt. Oh, the project hierarchy is actually very organized. These are just different scenes. The scene hierarchy. They are actually very organized. These are just the levels. I have my bootstrapper, which is like where everything, it's basically where all the global things that need to manage the game are located at. The levels themselves are like very content rich. So everything's like organized, like here's all the trees, here's all the rocks, you know, but there's just a lot of them. So when you expand one of these, they're all in there. Going back to Bolt though, there's no, you can't really make functions in here. So reusing code is a little bit difficult. You can kind of do it, but kind of not. You can make these things called super units. And super units is basically your equivalent to a regular C# function. So you can go into this super unit, which has like a flow thing, which might not, I don't know if I have a better example here. But you can basically go in here and then it's its own nested flow chart graph. So that means that code goes in here and runs its thing every update, right? You can even see the update being carried out and then follow the flow, right? The problem with this approach, of course, is that though you can do this, these are not, you can't make referenced instances of this, or however you want to say it. Like you can't have one master somewhere and say like, oh, I need an exact copy of this function run over here. You'd have to copy the whole thing and paste it in, which you can do. But then if you need to change anything on these, you need to change it one place and then replace all the others manually, unfortunately. So there are some instances here where you can't really do a write once approach, because you need it, if you need it to be the same function but in a different place, you just can't get around having to copy paste it, basically. That's one problem. The other problem is that you can't really get entirely rid of C# scripts, or rather I would not recommend it, for a couple of reasons, or mainly one. And that's because the Bolt, and I don't know what it's like these days, but Bolt itself has its own system for handling variables that you can use if you want to. Let's see. Yeah, so you can have like your variables in here, but the way that you define them and access them is just like, if you're used to working with C#, like you just want to throw this out of the window pretty much. And that's because that data is not serializable either. And it causes a couple issues too with regards to like version control, I believe, and a bunch of other things where just during like specific, like if you're doing something in a specific way, those variables, they just get wiped for some reason. I remember investigating it when I started using Bolt the very first time at bedtime, trying to figure out what exactly was going on, and there was like a specific trigger that you could do to repeat that from that happening, but the solution to it is rather simple, though not exactly elegant, which is just to have a C# script that contains all the variables that you'll need in your flow graphs. So that is why I have these scripts here with just a bunch of getters and setters for literally every single variable that I need, which is a little bit annoying to work with, because it does mean that if you need to define a new variable, you can't do that in runtime regardless. or rather you can use temporary variables, but if it needs to be permanent, then this is what I would recommend. Yeah, this is a little bit doomy. It works though. And I mean, you can write it in a more concise manner, but this is how I've been doing it, at least. As far as I remember, for Bolt, you don't have to specify a get and set for your variables in order to get and set them with Bolt. It does have the capability of doing that manually itself, but defining them might be in your best interest anyway, just for good measure. So that being said, though, some of the benefits is that, as I said, it's really fast to work with because you can see your results immediately. Though you do need to get used to the fact that everything's visualized as a flow, which is basically just like, oh, if code runs from top to bottom, in Bolt it runs according to the direction of the flow. If a script is more than 300 lines of code, you can subdivide it and make it simpler. Probably. That's also the problem with my mains flow chart or diagram, is that it just does too many things. Like the same thing that handles interaction with the world, game world, is also the same thing that handles the actual saving and loading of the game. And I've gotten a little bit better understanding on how to operate with Bolt to try and like cut down on those problems. But right now, it's easier to move forward instead of going back and changing these things. There's no issue having it here. It just means that there's a lot of variables that are going to be on the idle clicker script, which is going to clutter it up. So it becomes a bit harder to navigate, but it would be harder still to try and isolate this and move it somewhere else. And I just don't want to spend my time on it. I'd rather just finish making the game. So what you can do, though, is you can make these events here. I think they're also in here. So you can have these trigger custom event and blah 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 custom event. So basically, if I need to save the game, I could just move or tell it to save a game somewhere else, and then here I would just have an event trigger, right? And then whichever object would hold the saving and loading variables and take care of saving and loading would just receive the event that, oh, I need to save and load now. And then everything would work as is. Been using Senject for the past 6 months to help manage dependencies, allowing you to substructure super easy, or I have no idea what that means. Makes it very easy to read and update. Okay. Don't know what that means, but sure. But yeah, the visual representation of Bolt is really something that makes it nice to work with. You do, like with regular code, have to, put comments in here and there and organize your code like normally. But because it's all visual, like it's, I can say like, this entire block handles if the cursor is within the screen area. So if that's not what I'm looking for, then I can completely leave out that and not be confused about like lines of code and having to expand and collapse, control Fing around and trying to find it. Because everything is spatial, so if I know like, okay, all the saving and loading, for instance, that's down here, which is visually very apparent once you know that it is there, because it's like a memory palace. You develop it over time. That is also what makes it hard for other people to get drawn into the project, though, because they have nowhere to look and figure out where all these things are other than just poking around until they figure it out themselves somehow, or if you instruct them on how it works, which is probably the best approach. And that's because you can't, as far as I know, like you can't say control F find blah, all the instances of this variable being used. Oh, super. Okay. Okay. Good. There are also some instances where this is a little bit heavy. Like for instance, in Unity, you can't just, you have to like initialize a list even though with a setter, even though it's empty, in order to be able to utilize it. And that's what this looks like. So if you need a lot of different lists to contain a lot of different stuff for saving and loading, which I'm currently doing, it does become a little bit messy. But again, like, you put it up there, set it and forget it, basically. Zero unit test means it's currently easy to work with. Okay. Saving and loading is probably one of the most messy part about this game, though. But that's also because this is my first time ever making a save and load system. And that for a game that has a lot of game objects with a lot of variables that need saving and loading to begin with. Because you can't just say save game state and then when you need to load the game, say load game state. Unity doesn't work that way. Which is what I thought initially it would be. Could you not code that and then map it? Code what, sorry? Not exactly sure what you mean. State is action dependent? Sure. Something that's really good about Bolt, though, is that it's all C# based, right? Internally, it is converted to C#. So if you know C#, you already know all the functions available to you in Bolt and how everything works. It's just the concept of how flow functions, like how your code flows, is different. So beyond knowing how to hook everything up, everything else is knowledge that you can sort of pass on from previous experiences. So code your lists and so forth. Okay. Like something you can do is that if I have a C# function, I can literally just like the C# functions, if you have them in a C# script, will appear in here as units that you can put in as well. So if you make like a function in a C# script with an input and like, or whatever needed, you can drag it in here and then just run your flow through it and then it'll trigger that script. So you can use Bolt just to manage the flow of your code instead of the actual making the code with it yourself directly. But I've mostly just made all my code using Bolt because practice and because it seemed convenient. It's a pain in the ass if I need to go back and change things that exist if it's really complex, though. But that's why you need to organize it as you go forward. Like for instance, checking what you're currently looking at, and then if you're pressing the mouse button, in this case here, is it blocked by UI? Was it a valid non-UI object that you clicked? And then depending on yes, no, it's like, oh, you need to disable item inventory UI. Then some undocumented stuff. And then you have a sequence. So first we do this, which is, are we trying to leave the area? If true, then nothing happens. If false, then various things can happen. And then once it's done checking all that, then it'll go down here and say, are we trying to leave area as well? And then it'll do all these things. Could be interesting to try doing code components and then use this for flow mapping. Bolt also has like a semi-state machine-like feature. So if you needed to program AI and you have your different states that your AI can be already made with regular C# code. That's what Bedtime was trying to do with Bolt anyway. You should theoretically be able to use this as a flow machine as well. It's not this particular UI, it's a different component, but you can do it with this anyway. So yeah, that's Bolt as like a brief overview. The other thing that's a little bit annoying with Bolt is sometimes trying to figure out the unit options. So for instance, if you want to get access to Text Mesh Pro components, you need to add Text Mesh Pro in here as a unit option, as an assembly. Otherwise, they will not appear. Similarly, like you might look up some kind of, how to do X and thing, find a Stack Overflow describing how to do it in C#, and then realize that right click and then it's like, this obviously won't happen, but like set position or game object position set. Did I misspell it? Game object. It's because it's transform position. Yeah. Can I actually say? Nah. Then it would have to be like transform position get, isn't it? So like transform position get, and then you could say self. Hook those up, and now you get the position of the transform of the object that has this flow graph on it, basically. But you say you declined the job, but you did get a good dialogue with your boss. Okay, that's good. At least you get something out of it then. But yeah, like for instance, if you're doing code, and I guess this is one example, and you're unsure whether or not you need to use world position or local position, you can just like disconnect them at runtime and replace it with a local position. Oh, you got a raise. Okay. I mean, a raise is a raise. So. Blop. Well, now I ended up talking about how Bolt works instead of looking at the UI. Because obviously it's showing 2K wood isn't really that helpful. It needs to say like point something something something, or however, I can't remember how the notations are supposed to be. But I need to set it up so that it's like visualized properly. But that's for another time. It will require a little bit of research anyway. Decent raise, you're still making more money than ever before, so that's still a win. Sometimes, though, it could also be nice not to have to spend your entire life working, though, right? As long as they're not asking you to do more work as well for that raise. Because then you're just working more. But yep, this is a game almost entirely built using Bolt. There are a few instances where some things are a little bit easier to do in C#, or at least figure out how to do. I think, what was it again, like dealing with coroutines is a little bit easier in C# than doing it with Bolt, because you have to do it in a way that I don't even think I ever figured out, so. Anyways. Let's save the project and close down Unity. Because I need to go, unfortunately. I'm hungry. I am getting the hungries. I've also been working on this for, wow, yeah, a good couple hours now. They're not. They agreed that they were underpaying you, so now they are correcting it and adding a significant bonus as well. Cool. That's really good. You do as well. Good evening. All right. Yeah. We are definitely going to be ending the stream. Well, we did get one follow today as well. And I hope all you guys that are still around, you got something out of the development process for MonsterStone. It seems like something I can do multiple times moving forward. I'm not entirely sure on when I'm going to be updating the demo. Because I guess it would make sense to just fix the bugs that are, which we kind of did. Do a little bit of a playtest session after pushing like a version of it to itch.io or something. I think it's like about time. It's been like 2 years now since I released that demo originally. But you know, it's also just been sitting still ever since, the project that is. Well, I think I developed like maybe a week or so additionally after, but other than that, it's pretty much been sitting still. Alrighty. I think I know whom we can say hello to. We can go and say hi to Tumbling Satellite. He's playing Factorio. Yes. So stick around for the raid. Anyways, thanks for today, everyone who's been popping by. It's been great. What day even is it today? It is Wednesday. Yeah, there's a pretty good amount of days left of the week, but yeah, maybe tomorrow already I'll try and push that update, and then we can play it on stream and then for like an hour or two and then do some Factorio or something. I don't know, we'll see. So hope to see you all on the next one. I've been Dragon and we've been developing MonsterStone today, and let's say hi to Tumbles. Bye for now.